Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to create a painting based upon one of Canada's most legendary and controversial figures of all time. We're going to do a painting based on this photograph of Louis Riel, and we'll talk all about his biography here as we get going. This is the original black and white photograph, and then I saw a colorized version on the web here, and I thought this might be we're gonna use this inspiration here, the colored version, to add a little bit of color to the black and white original photograph. So I'm really excited about this painting in celebration of Louis Riel Day here in many places in Canada. Here where I am in British Columbia, it's Family Day, but throughout different parts of Canada, especially in Manitoba, it's considered Louis Riel Day. And so we'll talk all about this. Let's get started with the plan. What we're going to do is we're going to get an image on the canvas. We could sketch it out. If you took my free drawing class here on YouTube, you could do that. Or you could download the template. I'll show you where to find that in a moment. Then we're going to stain it. We're going to talk a little bit about the biography of Louis Riel. Then we're going to start, we'll do a little bit of underpainting. The background is pretty simple, so we're not going to spend much time there. We'll spend most of our time in the foreground, and it's been a while since I've tried a painting like this, so it's probably going to be about 4 hours. And when I say that, usually you could say, maybe that's okay, we'll come back in 7 hours and see you still working on this. But we'll try to do it as quickly as possible, as always. Okay. And if you want to support the channel, all you have to do is just like this video, subscribe to the channel. There's 2.6 million views on this channel and 30,000 subscribers. So you could see how many people watch versus how many people subscribe. So you could do me a huge favor by hitting the subscribe button if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you could use PayPal. You could use the YouTube Super Chat while we're live here right now. Or if you want to send an e-transfer or an email or send a letter, etc., contact me through my email. My email's on the Facebook group and my website, and we'll talk about the Facebook group here in a little bit. All of those links are down below, right underneath this table here. So let's get started here. Our first step is the image transfer, getting something on the canvas that we can paint. As I said, you could do the free drawing course I did, but if you just want to focus on painting and not drawing today, well, then you can download the free template. Now, here's just as a quick little shout out to the Facebook group. Once a month or so, I go through the Facebook group and offer free feedback on anything that people post on the group. As well as I write a little bio blurb to promote each class. So if you want to read that and get a little acquainted about each artist before these episodes go live, then you're welcome to do that. Anyway, so there's a link to a Dropbox folder, not the one to the Master Study course, which has hundreds and hundreds of images, but this one that's only got 32 folders in here. So these are, this series of episodes is almost always based on photographs from history that we're recreating in acrylic paint. So we go to the end here, number 32. You'll see that there are 4 files in here. We have the original image, the colorized AI version of the photograph, and then 2 versions of the outline. One's a PDF and one's a JPEG. And they're all in here. Feel free to download whichever one you want. So I downloaded, oh, let me just show you what they look like on the computer screen. Actually, I don't think I showed that. So you have the original photograph, the colorized, and then my outline that I did on the iPad with using the Procreate app. Right, so I just traced around the relevant lines that I thought were important. Now, if everyone else did this, you would probably see a lot of different drawings. Anyway, Once you download it, you can print it out on your inkjet printer at home, your laserjet printer, whatever works. And we're going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel. So usually, you can buy these kind of things at your local art supply store. You can even get them at the dollar store for $1. I get these. I like this brand. I get them off of Amazon. They come in a pack of 12 for about $24, so about $2 a piece. And then I'm gonna tape it to this. Well, I should say what I do first is I take this canvas, take it out of the plastic within which it comes, sand it down lightly, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso to the surface. I let that dry overnight, and then I sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper. And so ultimately that results in a much smoother surface than the canvas as it comes right out of the package. Okay, so now I'm just going to tape this down. I'm just going to leave a little bit of extra room at the top there for his hair, in case I really want to get nuts. I got lots of room there to describe his hair. And then I'm going to take some graphite transfer paper. Now this is very similar to carbon paper or carbon transfer paper. Basically, they're not the same thing, but they do exactly the same thing. And you should be able to find them at any art supply store. I actually got this from Amazon, like a pack of 100 sheets for $10 or $12, and that's going to last me for, you know, another decade, because I can reuse these sheets over and over and over again. I mean, here's one I've only done once, but some of them you may have seen in the past I've done maybe 20 of these image transfers with before eventually most of the carbon or graphite has rubbed off. So when it comes to this, I'm not going to do all this detail in the hair. I just love drawing all that. So that's why it's all there, even though I'm going to ignore most of it at the moment. I just can't help myself if I'm going to do a drawing from trying to do something I'm really happy with, as opposed to just something that's purely for outlining purposes. So you can ignore a good portion of the lines that you feel may not be helpful or useful. Or not that they're not helpful, but they're not necessary for this, because we're just going to paint over all of them. It is a good idea to every once in a while, or at least when you get started, just to do a quick little check to make sure that your lines are in fact going onto the other surface here. You know, it's interesting, when I was doing this outline, I realized how similar Louis Riel looks like in some ways to the man who would sort of become his arch nemesis, Sir John A. Macdonald, Canada's first Prime Minister. I don't know if anybody else is going to notice that, but I was just like, whoa, that's weird. Very ironic that the two of them share a likeness. Maybe not everybody sees it that way, but or sees that likeness, but it's something that stood out to me anyway. I don't know if it's a holiday anywhere else in the world or North America, but as I said, here in Canada, it's a holiday. So if it's a holiday where you are, I would love to know what holiday it is. And I'd also be interested, we'll talk here about the biography of Louis Riel shortly, but Louis Riel is one of those unusual figures who was reviled by some during his lifetime and is now seen as a hero. So, that looks a little bit funny at the moment, his mustache just being like that, but that's okay. I'm just concerned about his hairline here. I think that's good. It's odd sometimes, like a portrait like this, kind of loses its likeness and then comes back into focus and then disappears and comes back into focus as you work on it. And I think that's something to be mindful of if you've never made a portrait before of someone, is that there's going to be times throughout this process where it comes in and out of focus, and just knowing that you're just in one of those out of focus moments and it's going to come back into focus eventually, like a roller coaster ride. So that don't panic when things sort of appear to have lost their form a little bit. Eula says there's no holiday in Germany today. Jeannie says it's President's Day in the United States. Okay. I figured there was probably a holiday in the States. Often Canada and the United States have holidays on the same day, except for a number of exceptions, like July 1st and July 4th, etc. Jeannie says it resembles Mark Twain. Exactly, Mark Twain. And oddly enough, figures who all lived at the same time, too. That's fascinating. Yeah, Mark Twain. I would love to do a Mark Twain painting. But maybe, if you want to do Mark Twain instead of Louis Riel, then here we just recycle the template. I like that, Jeannie. Okay, so let's progress forward here. So the next step after we've got our image on the canvas is to stain it with a little bit of color. Now, you don't have to do this technique at all. In fact, probably now more than ever, artists skip this step. But the Imprimatura, which essentially means the priming layer or the first layer of paint, has been something that artists have been doing in the Western world since even before the Renaissance. It was really popularized by Renaissance painters as they started to move from wood panel onto canvas for their artworks. And I think it's a really good step. I think it has lots of benefits, and that's why I tend to do it for almost every one of these episodes. Now, before I start talking about how I'm going to do that, let's just talk about the color and what color I'm going to use, not only for the Imprimatura, but for the entire painting. So what I like to use is what's called a split primary palette. And so that's a method of painting that involves using 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues. So we split the so-called primary colors in half, because every color has a temperature. Some are warmer than others, some are cooler than others. But when we split them in half, that allows us to mix virtually 95% of the colors that are visible to the human eye. And so with just those 6 colors plus white, we can mix almost everything. We can also mix our own black. Now, it's not going to be exactly the same as black right out of the tube, but we can mix our own that comes pretty darn close. And we'll probably do that with this painting as well here. Because I've had these tubes of black paint in here for 3 years now, and there's still paint left in them, whereas I've gone through 5 or 6 of the tubes of colored paint. So Anyway, the brand that I'm going to use here is this Amsterdam brand, and I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep for my Imprimatura, this warm yellow. But this is the brand I use. It's certainly not the most expensive. It's not the cheapest either, but I think it's the best quality for the lowest amount of money. So this is, I'm not sponsored by them, I'm not paid by them, I didn't get any free supplies, no free t-shirts, no free vacations, or whatever it is. I went and bought them just like anybody else at your local art supply store, and that's what I recommend. Now, you can certainly spend more money, like on Golden, and I'm going to flip through a whole bunch more of these, you can see, and pause if you like, or you can just go and download the template or the outlines from the Dropbox folder that have information about the color wheel and how to, in the buying guide in there. So all of these are going to work similarly. If you've used some colors that I've suggested here and you're not getting the same results as I am, let me know so that I can look a little closer at these outlines of paint that I'm recommending here, because I haven't used all of these brands. This is just me doing some research, looking at their websites, looking at the lineup of colors they have, and saying, oh, I think these would probably be the best set to buy. Eula says, I'm almost a year in, and I'm not even halfway through a 12mm tube of black. Wow. Maybe 120 milliliters. 12mm is like a chapstick. But maybe it's 12mm. That's anyway, here's a couple brands I do not recommend, however. Museum Color out of Toronto, and Peebo, which is a global brand. You can find these at lots of art supply stores. But the thing is both of Museum and Peebo include a lot of titanium white mixed into their colors, which is not unusual for titanium white to be in. I'm sure there's titanium white in this paint, but as little as necessary. Often paint companies put titanium white into the paint as a filler to make the color appear more opaque. But what that means is it's impossible for us to make a black. Your color is always going to look gray because there's so much white in there, right? So anyway, let's apply some of this warm yellow onto... okay, I thought maybe that might be a little bit much, but I think it's going to be okay. Eula says, no, it is 12 milliliters. It is really tiny. Okay. There you go. So there's, it just goes to show you don't need much black at all. And I think, you know, even if you do use black, you want to be careful how much black you do use, because black is a really dominant color, just like white. And it will take over your picture very quickly. It makes anything appear that has black in it appears to be right on the surface of the painting. So if you think of a painting like a window into another world, black is like a bug on the window. So if you paint a mountain and you put black, you know, a mountain way in the distance, and you put black in there, it's going to make look like the window is a sticker attached to the window. It's going to make, no, if you put black on the mountain, it's going to make the mountain look like a sticker on the window, as opposed to a mountain way off in the distance. So they can create like a odd confusion of space for the viewer, which, if you want to do that, and we've looked at some artists that have done that deliberately, then go for it. But if you want that mountain to look like a mountain and not a sticker on the window, then try using a little bit less black, or just use the black in the foreground. Okay. So I put some water in here. This is the only time I ever really use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint, I put about 1-to-1. So 50% paint, 50% water. The reason I use water at all is that it helps the paint absorb very quickly into this surface. So essentially a gesso, which is this white coating of paint that is, or ground as you might say, on this surface, on this canvas, is essentially white paint with white plaster powder mixed into it. And plaster loves water. So you put a little bit of water in there, and this paint acts more like a stain. It soaks into the surface as opposed to sitting on top of the surface. All right, just think about if you stain some furniture, some wooden furniture, you want the preserve the texture, the look of the wood texture, as opposed to painting over it, which would hide the texture of the wood. All right, so let's say you're making some furniture, which I used to do. I used to be a furniture designer in another life to support myself, and sometimes you'd make furniture out of really nice wood and then stain it because you want people to see that really nice wood. And then sometimes I'd make stuff out of cheap plywood, and I didn't want people to see the cheap wood underneath, so I would paint it rather than stain it. And that way no one would know that it was a cheap wood as opposed to a really nice wood. Although if you're, a woodworker, you would probably assume that it is, if you're going to paint over wood, that it's not a particularly good wood, because it would be crazy to paint over a really nice wood, because you would hide that good wood. So it would kind of defeat the purpose of having used it in the first place. Now, traditionally, artists like Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, for the Imprimatura, would use much more of a brown, a reddish brown, than this warm yellow. I like this color because it just gives everything this nice, warm glow. So, I see some kind of, what is that on the surface there? Let's just point this out right now, so that if I come back later on, we'll be like, oh yeah, remember he talked about that. So there's, I don't know if that's paint or that was on the original surface, but there's some kind of little thing. Now I could pick at that, but then then I might have to kind of, you know what? Yes, I'm gonna pick at it. Huh. So I don't know how I didn't notice that earlier. It's almost like a little defect in the canvas. And it's right in the middle of the forehead of Louis Riel. So, I'm going to try to when I get to that area, apply paint over it to make, to ideally kind of hide that. Because there's a little bit of texture there. Okay, how do I... I don't really want to... That means... Okay, so... I'm going to blow dry this and just think about my options here, and then I'll articulate what my options are while I just have a little... Okay. Let's see if I can very gently So just running that sandpaper off to try to take the texture that might be there off. It's barely visible from above. Maybe see if you could see it from the side. Not a big deal, but it's just one of those things that, you know, if I can notice that now, maybe it'll cause me less headaches later on. I mean, an option at this moment would be to put like a newspaper color over top of this whole painting. Like, let's just for a moment. I have done that. If I was really trying to make it look like an old photograph, what I might do is apply kind of a grayish, slightly aged newspaper, grayish brown over top of this whole surface, which I've done. I think they're all archived away. But I've done that because we've done a number of sort of black and white paintings or kind of sepia colored paintings, and I have done that. I think I'm going to go for a more quote-unquote realistic portrait, almost as if he was alive today, rather than trying to make it look like this is an old painting, or not an old painting, a painting of an old photograph. Okay, so just wanted to think through that. So we'll leave this for right now. Let's go to our next. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about who Louis Riel was and why he is still to this day remains a controversial figure, although the majority of people, I think, have come around to seeing him as a heroic figure in Canadian history. Okay, so Louis Riel lived from 1844 until 1885, so dies at the age of 41. He was executed by the Canadian government in November 16th, 1885, in a move that was, again, very controversial at the time, applauded by a lot of English-speaking Canadians, and simultaneously horrified most Indigenous people and a large majority of French speakers throughout Canada. So we'll talk about that, because Louis Riel, at least traditionally, has been seen as a hero by Indigenous people and French-speaking people, and as a villain by English-speaking Canadians. So Louis Riel was born in St. Boniface, which is really now known as Winnipeg. So let's just if we go all the way back to the early 1800s, obviously the majority of Canada was occupied by the Indigenous people, the first people who had lived here for tens of thousands of years. And if we just scroll way back out here, the majority of European Canadians are settled right here on the edges of the St. Lawrence River and some of these what would become later known as the Great Lakes. Same, in the United States, the majority of the population was centered right around, Washington, New York, Boston, etc. Obviously, also had a lot of Canadians living in what we call the Maritimes now. So the majority of Canadians are living in this area here, European Canadians. And one of the main industries in Canada, going back to really the founding of Nouvelle France, or New England, was the fur trading industry, as well as the fishing industry. But one of the things that propelled European exploration and conquest of North America was the fur trade. So there was a huge demand for beaver pelts, seal pelts, fox and wolf, and all sorts of animals for their fur, because back in Europe, fur was first of all, kept people really warm during the winter, and it was in fashion at the time, and it also seemed to be very exotic. You could get pelts by animals that weren't that you couldn't be found in Europe, right? So often you could find furs that were smoother, softer than any that had previously been felt in Europe. Both for women's jackets, scarves, but also perhaps maybe the most popular was in men's hats, like top hats. Often those, they weren't felt, they were really fine furs. So the desire for all of those beaver pelts and furs pushed teams of fur hunters, fur trappers, further and further west as they basically hunted many species almost to the verge of extinction in the Great Lakes area. So you have so you also have the indigenous people, the native people who lived in eastern Canada, United States, being pushed further and further west. In some instances, it was because they were fleeing both disease and persecution, murder, assassinations by settlers, colonial settlers from Europe who were given the traditional lands of the native people. And so you have these indigenous people who at first were certainly fighting and put up a good fight, but were no match for the artillery and guns and, as I said, diseases of the white people who were encroaching on their territory and taking it from them. So you have the indigenous people are moving further west, and then obviously also they were being forcibly removed from many of their territories. So they're moving further and further west as well, and so you have a lot of fur trading happening here in Western Ontario as well as around Hudson's Bay, so you have, and many of the fur traders were both white people and indigenous people, and over the decades of the fur trade, you start to have people, Europeans, who start to have children with with indigenous people, and that intermixing of European and indigenous origins is what creates the Métis people. The Métis people, most of the time when people think of Métis, they think of indigenous, one side of the family being indigenous and one side being French, although there was also English-speaking or English Métis people as well. And they weren't particularly welcome amongst so-called regular European settlements because they were seen as quote-unquote half-breed, right? Not really one or the other, and also that meant that in many instances, people that were both mixed ancestry were also not fully accepted by their indigenous brothers and sisters, right? So you have this group of people who are sort of caught between two very different cultures, two cultures that are essentially at war with one another, right? And so they are kind of caught in between, and they end up sort of forming their own settlement, basically on the very fringes of Canadian, of what was considered Canada at the time, because really Canada, in the mid 1800s was really just this little sliver of land over here. You have along the St. Lawrence, you have Lower Canada, which is was the French side, and Upper Canada, which was the English-speaking part. So, you have Quebec City and Montreal in Lower Canada, and you have Ottawa and Toronto, or what was called York, in Upper Canada. And most of the rest of what we now consider to be Canada was called Rupert's Land. So it was this kind of giant, vast territory that was essentially set aside for the Hudson's Bay Company for fur trading purposes. So all the way out here in what we now call Winnipeg was where many of the Métis people had settled, because it was basically as far away from colonial power as possible. It's area where there's a lot of indigenous people around, but the indigenous people, for the most part, leave the Métis people alone. Again, considering that they are related to them, you know, the indigenous people certainly were much more friendly to the Métis people than the English power. You know, the English settlers were to, because again, this is now in the mid 1800s. This is long after England has quote unquote conquered North America, and certainly, I mean, obviously there's the American Revolution and all that kind of stuff, but the French population in North America is now under the control of the Queen of England, right? There was wars between England and France. So anyway, and so I guess I should say though that the French people, you know, who are now living under the British flag in Canada, are resentful, to say the least, that they have this, you know, that they have to swear allegiance to the British Queen. They're not. They prefer that than swear allegiance to the American president. That was a big part of the American Revolution, as the Americans thought the French would, of course, you know, fight on their side. But the French had been guaranteed certain liberties by the British when the British won those wars in North America, such as, probably most importantly, protections for language, for the French language, and protections of religion. Because a lot of the English speakers were mostly Protestant versus the French were mostly Catholic. And so those French people were afraid that if they fought with the Americans, that the Americans would take away their French language and their religious protections. So that's why they fought with the British, which was a bit of a surprise to the Americans when they invaded, especially in 1812, right? The War of 1812, when the Americans invaded Canada. Anyway, so you have this settlement of majority French-speaking Métis on the very fringe of the colonial reach here in what is now known as Winnipeg, and this is where Louis Riel was born. So you imagine this area as being really very, very simple, right? The Métis people followed very similar sort of lifestyle to the indigenous people, like living off of the land, kind of hunter-gatherer society. They were growing some crops, but they often depended on the hunting and trapping season. And so another big thing that started to happen around the early, 1840s or so, is you start having a lot of even Americans coming into the area who are hunting and starting to hunt some of the animals in this area to extinction, or not extinction, but just deplete the resources in this area, pushing people further and further west. So what ends up happening, and I don't want to spend too long on the history of Louis Riel. I've read all of these books over the past few weeks here. I do want to, maybe just while I'm blabbing on, make special mention to this exceptional biography, considered to be one of the greatest comic book graphic novels probably in Canadian history. This book, Louis Riel, which is, it's excellently researched and written and illustrated by Chester Brown. I would say probably in the top 3 graphic novels of all time, besides Joe Sacco's Safe Area Grozny and Art Spiegelman's Mouse. I think Louis Riel's by Chester Brown, way up there. And so if you're not Canadian and you want a good idea of a little bit about Canadian history that you probably have never heard of before, this would be a great book. If you're a Canadian, then I think you probably, as part of your citizenship test, should be required to read this book, if only to learn about Canadian history and this important moment in Canadian history, but also to celebrate a truly groundbreaking graphic novel, one of the great artworks, I think, in Canadian history. So anyway, you could, there's so much stuff to talk about when it comes to Louis Riel. I'm trying to do my best to narrow down the most important parts here. Essentially, Louis Riel grows up in a large family. I think he's the youngest son of 11 children, and he becomes really interested in becoming a priest, essentially, and wants to pursue the priesthood as a career. Most Métis people at the time were illiterate. There wasn't a lot of the education for Métis people, especially on the fringes of colonial Canada, was very minimal. Most Métis people learned, like, their schooling was in really traditional Indigenous ways of life, and Louis Riel was no exception. But he did show a lot of promise and deep interest in the Bible and the spiritual aspect of life, that he was essentially basically given a scholarship to study out east in Montreal. So at I think during his teenage years, 18, 19 or so, he is given this opportunity to go out east and study there. And it's kind of that was a very difficult decision for him to make. Being the oldest son with such a large family, he had a lot of responsibility, and often that son was tasked with kind of helping the family, to feed the family, farming and hunting. So it was with some reservation that he left, and he felt like a great burden being given this opportunity, but being away from his family for so long in order to study. And it's during that time where he's in Montreal that he's in a totally different environment than he was when, the area in which he grew up, right? And he saw, the effects of the early Industrial Revolution, and he saw a lot of things in the society at the time that he was not a pretty big fan of, like alcohol consumption, for instance, and people behaving in ways that he considered to be unchristian. And so he sort of found himself like surrounded by what he said was sin, right? And so that made a great impression on him, that the European way of life had many aspects to it which were not only not compatible with indigenous teachings and belief systems, but even, as he saw it, Christian ways of life. So he certainly didn't come away from that time in Montreal thinking like, oh, I want to export all of the great things that I saw out there and bring that back to my people. It was more like, oh my goodness, how do I protect my family, my people, from all of the negative things about Canadian society that I saw out there? I think that becomes important because eventually it leads to his political activism, and to well, everything it eventually leads to is execution, quite frankly. Now there's a lot going on over the next years, which could take me hours to describe. But essentially, Louis Riel basically abandons his studies a little bit earlier, so he doesn't actually quite finish the seminary. He moves back to his family's land, and sees the encroaching, because this is like a decade later. He comes back and he sees that his people are in much worse a much worse state than they were when he left. Now there are white English settlers who have moved to that area, in and around that area, and in many cases the Canadian government has given white colonial settlers the titles and deeds to the land that the Métis people had been on for 100+ years. Never mind the indigenous people who had lived there for tens of thousands of years, right? So he comes back and he starts noticing that there's more and more English people moving in on, they're surveying the what was known as the Red River settlement, and starting to put up stakes and telling people, okay, well, you guys are gonna have to move, because this is where this street is gonna go, and that's where we're gonna build this Protestant church, which the Métis people are like, what? Like, no, this is my family's been farming this land here for 50 years. My grandfather was here, and you're gonna put a road right through it, and you're gonna build your church here, which is the opposing religion to our Catholic religion. This is not gonna work out. And so a lot of people turn to Louis Riel. A lot of the Métis people in that area turn to Louis Riel for assistance, because Louis Riel is essentially he was the most educated Métis person in the area at the time. He had spent time in Montreal. He had now been able to read and write. He was very articulate, so he was seen as their best spokesman possible to help advocate for their rights. So Louis Riel recognizes this. And it's like starts writing letters to the Canadian government saying, hey, wait a second, my people have been on this land for 100+ years, and we've got a good thing going. Please reconsider what you're doing. This is not fair. There's lots of land all over here. You don't have to take our little tiny settlement. This a settlement of maybe 10,000 people. Why don't you just move up the river, or further west, or further east? Like, there's more than enough for everyone. You don't have to come and grab our territory. And that in many ways kind of falls on deaf ears. They're sort of like, the Canadian government is like, okay, yeah, interesting, yeah, well, we'll take it under consideration, and meanwhile nothing's happening. It's sort of like constant delay, and the tension builds and builds and builds. And eventually the Métis people, led by Louis Riel, have had enough, and they storm the local Fort Garry, take it over, take all the guns and things out of it, and even arrest a number of English speakers who the colonial settlers who've moved into the area, hoping to take territory. And Louis Riel forms a government there. He sends a letter to, I'm not sure if it's in this exact period, but essentially the name Manitoba was created, not created by Louis Riel, but was named Manitoba by Louis Riel, and requesting that this area become officially essentially a Canadian province. And so that ends up actually happening, but many of the rights and things that Louis Riel had advocated that would go along with this new province were not given to the Métis people. So they were sort of like, you get one thing, but really maybe the most important part of that deal isn't provided. So one of the kind of the really the thing that tips this whole thing from into a whole new gear of seriousness is the situation involving Thomas Scott. So Thomas Scott was a particularly rowdy, nefarious Englishman who was, you know, a bigot and a racist and a pretty tough guy. Essentially, long story short, he's arrested by the Métis people, thrown in jail. There's a trial, and Thomas Scott is executed. And it's rubber stamped by Louis Riel. He believes that, you know, this guy is, you know, a terrible human being, and he deserves death. And by carrying out this justice against this unjust person, that the Canadian government would see a few things. One, that the Métis people are serious. They're not to be meddled with. Two, that they're capable of setting up their own government and executing their own justice, or carrying out their own system of justice, and that therefore they're a respectable, sophisticated people. But that is not how things are interpreted back in Ottawa, in the capital of Canada. The execution of Thomas Scott is seen as a extremely provocative act. Is seen like what right do you have to go out and kill an Englishman, a person considered to be, more, a more advanced human being, basically, than a Métis person, because again, you're half Indigenous and you're half French, and so the Canadian government, which is run by white English people, considers those to be, you know, below English, right? So there's very little respect given to either French or Indigenous, but a combination of the two, a person of mixed origin, is maybe the lowest of the low, right? So this is the kind of the tipping point that sends the rest of Louis Riel's story into its sort of ultimate tragic outcome. There is I will say though, there is a point here where where perhaps Louis Riel was maybe this did work out in one way, or it could have worked out, because there was eventually some amnesty given to all the Métis people who participated in the execution of Thomas Scott, because, you know, the federal powers in Ottawa just didn't have the resources to lead a full-scale invasion, occupation of what is now Winnipeg. So they kind of had to, at least at the moment, kind of, how do we solve this situation without sending troops there and having a big fight? So they come up with this thing like, listen, we are really angry at you, Louis, for executing an English person. You really had no right to do that. But you know what? If you leave Canada for 5 years and you just go away, forget about what's gone on here. We'll forgive everybody, and we'll kind of start from scratch. And there were many people who said, no, we've got to continue fighting. And some people are like, Louis, this is maybe the best offer we're going to get. Unless we want, like, federal troops marching in here and arresting people and killing people, we better just call it a day here and move on. So essentially, Louis Riel takes off and spends about like the next decade in the United States. So he lives in Dakota and then moves out west to Montana, where he basically establishes a family. He has a little farm. He starts teaching the Bible, and sort of is living a relatively peaceful life. It's a pretty harsh life, but it's a very relatively simple one. Oh, I mean, I realized I skipped over a whole bunch of stuff. During that decade or so after the Red River Rebellion that was basically quashed, Louis Riel runs for Parliament. He's like, okay, well, you know what? One way for me to make some change is to become a politician myself and make change from the inside. And so, again, all this is long and convoluted, but he runs for office 3 times and is elected 3 times. But I think it's the first time he's elected, and then they have a new election because they don't want him to be elected, so they had a new election. He's re-elected, but in order for him to become officially a member of Parliament, he has to go to Ottawa, sit in his seat. But the Canadian government saying, well, if you come to Ottawa and you try to get into the Parliament building, we're going to arrest you at the front door and we'll throw you in jail because we told you you're supposed to leave the country. Stop and just go away, basically. So he moves down to the States. I should also say there's a big part of the story of Louis Riel is his mental state and the ongoing questions about that to this day. Louis Riel claimed to have had these visions throughout his life, visions that God was speaking directly to him and calling him to service, saying that you've been put on this earth on a mission to lead your people to the promised land. And so Louis Riel would have these almost like epileptic fits where he would take off all of his clothes and run around the streets screaming, "I am the prophet! I am the prophet!" Right? Or he would be in church, in the pews during service, and while the priest was talking, just start crying and screaming, and people are like, oh my goodness, this guy's lost his mind. So many people have debated, did he legitimately go nuts, or was this some sort of an act? Was it a way of demonstrating his connection, his direct connection to God? And was he doing it in order to convince his followers that he was the real deal, that he was, had a two-way connection with God? But anyway, so that continued for a while. He, in fact, spent a couple of years in a sanatorium, or it was called an asylum, in Montreal, during this very time where he was supposed to have been exiled from Canada. So he sort of snuck into Canada and goes through a few different hospitals in Montreal. The whole time, worried, for good reason, that he was being followed by assassins, which was both a paranoid conspiracy, but also potentially might have been true. That again, he was uh, certainly despised by probably the majority of Canadians who were English speakers at that time. There was all sorts of really wild newspaper articles claiming all sorts of terrible things about Louis Riel, and particularly after the Thomas Scott execution, saying that, you know, not only had they executed Thomas Scott, but they had like cut off his fingers and boiled his skull and eaten his brains, and, you know, just all sorts of insanity, right? So this period of time also coincides with the growth of the newspaper industry in Canada, and how, you know, if you think of like fake news today in 2024, hey, it's been around for a while. That whole fake news thing, that was going on, you know, arguably even more out of control back during the time of Louis Riel. All sorts of wild accusations that really stretched the credulity. I mean, you're talking like wild QAnon kind of stuff. So just kind of go back to where I was before. Louis Riel is eventually sort of accepts that, you know, this more political aspect of his life is over. He moves to Montana. He actually renounced his Canadian citizenship and became an American citizen. He was like, I'm done. I think it's time for me to move on. But during this time where he's now married, he's got a couple of kids, a third one on the way, in Montana, a group of Métis people from Saskatchewan come down to visit him. A group of people from near Saskatoon, in an area called, now known as Batoche, come all the way down and visit Louis Riel in Montana. And this group is led by, oh yeah, here we are, Gabriel Dumont, who is also known as one of the, probably second after Louis Riel, as the most famous Métis leader of all time. So Dumont comes down with, I think, 3 other Métis people to visit Louis in Montana, and tells him about, you know all the things that you were fighting for 15 years ago in what is now Winnipeg. Well, the same things are happening, and things are even worse now in a little bit further west in Saskatchewan. And we need your help. You were the voice of our people for a generation. People respect you. They admire you. They felt like you were able to get things done. We need your help. You need to come back and visit our settlement, and perhaps, you know, go to Ottawa and try to come up with some kind of a solution. And so Gabriel Dumont, just as a quick little backstory, was actually a little bit, I think, a few years older than Louis Riel. He was illiterate himself, came from a really famous Métis hunting family. So he was very well respected as you know, a Métis person who had followed kind of maybe the more traditional Métis lifestyle, whereas Louis Riel was also very respected, but had a more European background, upbringing, and experiences. So pretty much like the exact opposite types of figures. They would have made a really interesting pair side by side together. But in some ways, the two of them together were a very powerful force, because they were able to speak to maybe both sides of the Métis experience, the more traditional indigenous way of life, and then the more the European, more the just yeah. How would you say? Just the colonial. Louis understood the colonial point of view versus he also understood the Métis point of view, but Dumont really lived that aspect of the Métis culture. So Dumont convinces Louis to come with him up to Batoche and meet with the people there. So again, here's Winnipeg. Maybe I'll just close this here. Again, just to give us a little bit of... Alright, so Louis down here, comes up to Batoche. And long story short, there's a decade later, now you have trains that are able to cross the country, and soldiers from Ottawa and English Canada are able to get into this area within a matter of days, as opposed to months in the past. So when word gets back to Ottawa that Louis Riel is back in Canada, he's now collaborating with the Métis people in northern Saskatchewan and stirring up trouble again. Well, the Canadian government doesn't hesitate this time. They're like, you know what? Last time we sort of tried to play nice with this guy, and we told him to go away. We thought he would go away, but he didn't go away. He just, he's back, and we have to deal with the Louis Riel problem once and for all. So there is basically a battle that takes place here in and around Batoche, and long story short, Louis Riel surrenders to the Canadian Mounted Police, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, which were sort of the RCMP as we know them today is the equivalent of the United States FBI. They are a national police force that is, and especially during this time, was sort of like also kind of like a military force, like an internal, like an army that was tasked with dealing with internal conflicts, as opposed to going overseas and fighting in World War I or something, for instance, right? So the RCMP, which has been relatively newly formed, marches out west, surrounds the town of Batoche. Many Métis people are killed in the battle. There's a kind of a siege there that lasts a few days. Louis Riel surrenders. He's transported down to Regina, which is now the capital of the province of Saskatchewan, although I don't think Saskatchewan existed as a province by this time. But anyway, this Regina was the now major center of, or a major regional area of power, of government power in the area. And there's a trial. Louis Riel is put on trial for treason, and this trial is a particularly kind of famous trial. It was called the trial of the century. And during this particular time, this was like the O.J. Simpson trial of Canada. And it was a highly anticipated and carefully followed trial that turned out to be a bit of a disappointment. There was the courthouse was packed with people. There was soldiers guarding the exterior, anticipating that Gabriel Dumont would mount some sort of escape attempt, and so there was lots of Canadian RCMP standing around with guns and cannons, waiting for a attack, which never happened. A lot of journalists from Eastern Canada who'd arrived to watch the trial unfold, and Louis Riel, this is him right here, gets up to speak in his own defense, and from all accounts, Louis's speech was a bit of a disappointment. By this time, like, Louis Riel would sort of go on these tangential, long lectures about religion and, quoting at length the Bible. And, he was also, the entire, like, the courtroom was mostly English Canadians. The jury was entirely composed of English speakers, and there was no Indigenous people, no French speakers there. And so Louis Riel, who could speak English, but not as well as certainly French or any of the other languages he spoke, like Cree. And, so first of all, he's surrounded by people who probably don't sympathize with him much at all. And then he gets up and starts lecturing them in his broken English. It didn't necessarily, long story short, it didn't go the way he had hoped. And the jury essentially convicts him of treason, which at the time was an automatic death sentence. So Louis Riel, over the next few months, files a number of appeals to try to get his conviction or his death penalty stayed or commuted so that he wouldn't have to be hung. But eventually, on November 16th, 1885, Louis Riel's executed in Regina, and for at least the time being, the English Canada thought it had finally put down the main source of problems in Western Canada. That this crazy Métis man, half French, half Indigenous, who'd been causing all these problems for decades, is finally no more, and we'll be able to continue with our push towards the Pacific, our conquest of Canada, without any of these interruptions any longer. And for maybe a time it seemed that way, but really over the next few decades, Louis Riel became the very thing that maybe English Canada had feared the most, and that was as a martyr for the cause, a person who sacrificed his life for his beliefs, for what he saw as the freedom of Indigenous people and also French people. Again, people living in Montreal and Quebec were very sympathetic to Louis Riel, even though they might not have been super sympathetic to Indigenous people as much. They certainly saw Louis as someone who stood up for the French language in a time where, essentially French Canada had been conquered decisively by the English. So he was also seen and celebrated in Quebec. And so really over the last 100 years, Louis Riel has undergone quite a transformation from being, in Canadian textbooks as a terrible, villainous, treasonous, monstrous character who tried and executed very swiftly an Englishman who was just minding his own business, just trying to get a farm started out west, and to being this guy who refused to give up his land to the kind of faceless spread of Canadian colonialism westward. That he, many people, even people, so obviously people who are supportive of Indigenous rights find Louis Riel to be, a heroic figure. But there's even, I've read people kind of more on the right spectrum, people who are kind of anti-federalists, who are who believe in small government. Many of those people also see Louis Riel as someone who fought for the rights of small governments, or for people to govern themselves outside of the purview of Ottawa. So fascinating individual, absolutely fascinating individual. As I said, even to this day, a complicated person. Like I remember when I was growing up, in my teenage years in high school, Louis Riel was definitely still, even at that point, considered to be like a very controversial figure, and like you would talk about him as sort of like, yeah, I mean, he had maybe a righteous cause, but he went about it in totally the wrong way, and maybe kind of deserved to get what he got. Now I think probably most Canadians, like children in school, when they learn about Louis Riel, see him as a heroic figure, or are taught of him as someone who really stood up for the people who Indigenous people who had little to no rights in Canada at the time. And so it's interesting, just even over my lifetime, seeing that transformation happen. And now there's coins and postage stamps. There's an official government holiday named after him. So, as I mentioned earlier on, like I can't think of another person who has undergone such a huge transformation from being seen as a villain for decades to a hero. I mean, I guess, he might be kind of a person like, we did a painting of him, Guy Fawkes. So in England, you had, we did this painting a few years ago. So Guy Fawkes was sort of like a, you'll recognize here in a moment, the mask of Guy Fawkes. No? Okay. This is Guy Fawkes was a British revolutionary who tried to blow up Parliament. It's one of the reasons why in England people light fireworks off around the time of Halloween, because he was seen as kind of this anarchistic figure who tried to destroy Parliament. and was arrested and also, I believe, executed, but is now seen as sort of a heroic figure who tried to stand up against government. So I'd be interested to hear if anybody knows of other figures that have sort of seen that type of transformation over the years. Oh my goodness, look at all the chat here. Wow, okay, so there's, let me see, I'll just mention it. We got Eula here, and Pascaline, Jeannie, Ari, Heidi there says, hi, I just learned it's a holiday here, and this is why Michael's painting to today's episode. Please remember to hit like and subscribe. Paul says, today is Family Day in Alberta. Happy Family Day, everyone. Ari says, I missed part of the history lesson. I was painting and didn't see the time. Oh no. Lolly says, so much fighting and stupidness over land and resources. People were and still are so crazy. Absolutely. Great point, Lolly. Absolutely great point. Lolly's like a bad penny, just keeps coming back, can't get rid of me. Jeannie's doing the Kandinsky's paintings. I don't know if it's still up, but when I was in Australia just a few months ago now, there was an exceptional Kandinsky exhibition at the, I can't remember which Australian art museum down there, but highly recommend it. Really, really interesting. There's a lot of Kandinsky paintings I hadn't seen. I'd love to do another episode on Kandinsky and do some of those paintings that I saw there, but I've just put together the whole plan for this year, and obviously there's some, I leave a little bit of flexibility in there, but probably won't get to another Kandinsky this year. Ari says, this is so interesting. This history was not, we were not taught about Canada much in Europe. Well, he says, I've learned so much about Canada and Canadian art here. I knew very little before. That's awesome. Kathy says, in school, I think we learned more about the United States than Canada, where I live. That's totally true. I remember same sort of thing, learning way more about American history. Because Americans are really great at telling stories and telling their own story, way better than Canadians are at telling our own Canadian stories. And so, especially here in Canada, we're inundated with great American stories of American history, and so many great Canadian stories just go untold. I'm constantly, even during these episodes, when we do things related to Canadian history, I think, like, why is there not a blockbuster movie about this? Oh, well, probably because the Canadian market is small enough that, if they did make it, it wouldn't make its money back, and would Americans go see a movie about Louis Riel? I don't know. There's Jahash says, Sir, I'm learning your basic drawing class. Thank you so much. Awesome. I didn't know how to draw before. That's so cool. And Joel says, Sir, teach me. Jahash says, your classes also taught me not to make everything perfect. I love that. Says, I wish I could draw a portrait in the future. Well, if you keep on doing it, you're going to get there for sure. Ari says, I have a t-shirt saying Saskatchewan. Hard to spell, easy to draw. That's so funny. That is so funny. Yeah, Saskatchewan, I think probably most Canadians would have a hard time selling Saskatchewan. It's like Mississippi. You're kind of like, I'm sure there's an extra E or A or something here. I don't know what. That's pretty funny. Genie says perfection kills creativity. I agree. Frog OP says, teach me. You are great. Thank you. Okay, let's remove a few comments here. Lolly says, I've been drawing a long time. Since I was a kid, I've always liked drawing. I stopped for many years, so I started drawing, painting, and enjoying art again, and I found these streams a few years ago. Okay, okay. Someone's just getting banned. Abdul says, sir, can you review my drawing today? We're not, once a month or so I go through all the drawings on the Facebook group, so I'm sorry, you'll have to wait for those particular episodes. Okay, so let's start painting now. Again, just before I move on, lots of great books. Highly recommend this graphic novel, Louis Riel by Chester Brown. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I saw some of that crazy posts that someone was posting in the chat there, so I deleted that there. Yeah. Okay. Now that we've got our image transferred onto the canvas, and then we stained it with a little bit of color, that's what the Imprimatura is. Now let's do maybe a little bit of underpainting. So underpainting is a part of the painting process that is many different artists do this many different ways. Excuse me. Some will combine the Imprimatura into the underpainting process. I like to kind of split them in half, and often when I think of underpainting, for our purposes now, I like to just think of it as going over a few lines that I think are most important for us to be able to see those lines later on as the painting gets covered with more and more paint. So like particularly like the eyes and where the nostrils are and the lips, those are things that I don't want to get hidden. So we're gonna mix, in fact, usually I mix like a darker color. I think we could probably deal with a I'd like to get a bit more of a purple kind of thing going here. Something that just give a little bit more color as opposed to just black in the paint. So let's start off with some cool blue and some cool yellow. Oh, okay, well now I'm making a black. Okay, well, so we'll make this a bit more of a brownish color rather than pure black. So I'm just taking my 3 cool colors here. So this color right now is a bit more on the purple side of things, because I put a little bit more red in here, and so I've got a high amount of blue and red, less yellow. So it's basically I've got a kind of a blackish purple. If I want to turn this into a brown, I'd add a lot more yellow to it and a little bit more red. But that's okay. Again, I prefer to use a color I mix over a just solid black. Just gives me more nuance. Okay, let's bring these up side by side. Just a little bit of line work for the hairline here. Okay. Lolly says, does anyone else have trouble with the stream? It keeps stopping and restarting. I have to keep shutting YouTube and rebooting. I don't know. I don't know. It could just be a little internet glitch, or I don't know. Maybe the Russians are attacking our satellites at the moment and we're on the verge of World War III. Could be. Who knows? Who knows what's going on in the world these days? I just try to appreciate the moment I've got right now, and that we can be here together. Anything after that is just icing on the cake, right? Okay, so I think that's good enough. Maybe I'm just going to blow dry that real quick. And there's a little bit of texture in a few places. Sometimes that's good because I'll be able to, if it gets loaded up with paint, I'll be able to see where those lines actually are. Okay. Now, it might be worth just taking a moment to think about the... Oh, okay. Let's... Okay, now that we've got our underpainting in, we've got some of those lines covered so that if we do need to darken or, you know, we start losing some of those facial features, those darker lines are going to help those facial features stay visible. When it comes to the background, though, how do we want to paint the background? Right, so there's the black and white photograph, and then here's this colorized version. We could use gray, we could use any other color. I'm just wondering, I'm slightly tempted to put another color back there. Like if we think of like one of the traditional Métis colors are very vibrant. Let me see if they're... Let's just see. Let me enlarge those. Like I was just thinking about maybe adding some kind of... Do I want to put a pattern in behind? It's like this particular kind of sash is really... I'm thinking maybe putting in... I could put in a red background, or I could put in this blue the Métis flag. What is in the chat here? I see all these people saying, what? I don't know what you guys are all talking about there. Michael, you need a moderator today. I don't know what you guys are doing. Let me just see. Should I do a blue? Maybe blue. I could do a blue background and then maybe make his jacket red. Okay, I think that's what I'll do. So for that blue, I'm going to put in a cool blue color back there. I'm probably going to add some white to it as well. So let's take some white, cool blue. I might have to do another coat of this with a light, without as much white in here. So I'd added a substantial amount of white into this color to help overcome the warm yellow that I've got. I think I'm going to blow dry that, and then we'll go for a light, or one that doesn't have quite as much white in there. Let's see again how deep that blue needs to be. So I'm going to take the rest of my cool blue. I'm going to put a bit of warm blue in there. Let's see if there's any wet paint. Oh yeah, there's still wet paint. Some of that paint had been sitting in a jar, almost drying up, so it's a little bit tacky. So I'm going to put a bit of matte medium in there just to thin it back out a little bit, get it a little bit more easier to paint with, so it's less thick and goopy. I just want to mix all this in as thoroughly as possible. So some paint on those edges on the back side of the painting was still wet, so it smeared some paint that had a bit more white in it onto the face of the painting. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that and maybe just do a couple little spot cleanups here. Okay, I think that's even. It's hard to tell. I'm just going to take some of this excess blue and make a little pile of it here so that if something does happen, I can use that to touch the painting up later on. Okay, I'm just gonna blow dry that again, and then we'll move to the next. Okay. So obviously, right now it looks kind of strange, right? I've painted in over top of his hair in many places, and so I'm going to come back and add those curls and things over top of it. And obviously his mustache is lacking, so that might make him look a little bit different. I think what I want to do now, I'm going to paint his jacket. And maybe even just before I do that, I'm just going to take a little bit of this white. I don't know why I'm just using my finger. This is kind of stupid, but why not, right? Okay. Let's move on. So now that we've got our background painted in, that beautiful kind of coolish blue that we see on the Métis flag. Let's move on to the foreground and start painting Louis Riel himself. So I think probably I'm going to start with his jacket, and I think I'm going to make his jacket red, which might be a little bit different than probably what he was wearing at the time. But red is a color that's very common in Métis culture. So I think I'm going to do that as for his jacket, right? So let's just take a quick look at so the red is mostly just like your typical warm red out of the tube. I might make it. I think I'm gonna add just a tiny bit of white in here, just to overcome some of those areas, and probably paint it just like what I did with the. Let's take some white and warm red. It's gonna make this just a little bit pink. And then I'll paint it over a second time. So I added just a tiny bit of white in here just to make this red a little bit more, slightly brighter, more intense. Because if I paint directly that red right over top of the yellow, it's just going to lose a little bit. It's going to go a little bit darker. Slightly more towards like a brownish orange. Try that. Okay, so now I'm just going to take red right out of the tube and paint this over top. intense red. So that was weird. The red kind of dried up a little bit there, so created some odd texture. So I have to blow dry that. Oops. Okay, so this makes me happy because the original picture is just black and white, right? So it's, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with black and white photography. And then this colorized version essentially just tries to add a little bit of color, mostly to the skin. But what I want to do here is add some of the colors that are typically associated with the Métis people. As I said, this cool blue in the background is we see in the Métis flag, and then red is a very common color in Métis traditional clothing. So I want to kind of have those colors, and red and blue together are often seen in the same clothes, like very hyper contrasting colors, which make for really vibrant clothing. So for me, I think it's important that those colors appear in here somewhere. So let's see, what else can I paint while we're here? Maybe I'll paint his jacket, and then the hair. So the jacket, I'm going to use this kind of purpley black color that I made earlier. Again, I'm going to add a bit of white to it to make a bit of a gray. That way I can add some darker blacks on top of it for some shadowy areas. Okay, Ari's getting some lunch. Awesome. So I'm going to take some matte medium and my white. I'm just going to mix this in just to give it a slightly more transparent white. So I'm just adding a second coat of white on top of here. Not quite as transparent. Again, the reason why I didn't just put pure white here is it would just totally cover up any of my pencil lines, and perhaps even my underpainting, my darker painted black line. And also I want to preserve a little bit of that yellow coming through. So it's nice just having a bit of that showing through. So now I'm going to paint his hair. So I'm leaving the face for last right now so that I could kind of get in, cover up most of the yellow, which is very dominant color and can be kind of distracting when I'm trying to mix skin tones. So I want to get all the things out of the way so I can really focus on the skin without being too confused by all those other colors. So for the hair, I'm just going to do like a warm brown. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, my warm red, mix that together to make an orange. And then I'm going to put some warm blue in there. The more warm blue I put in there, the darker my brown's going to be. So I might start with this lighter brown. Nikolai says, is it President's Day in Canada too? No, we don't have presidents in Canada. We have prime ministers instead of presidents. Just like the United Kingdom, England. And one of the reasons why we're painting today's painting today is because this is a portrait of Louis Riel, and here in Canada, many places in Canada celebrate Louis Riel Day today. So that's why we're painting this painting today. Again, some places it's Family Day in Canada, but many people celebrate this figure, Louis Riel, today. You know what? Maybe I'm going to do his mustache with this same color too. And even his eyebrows. Okay, let's just blow dry all this wet paint. Okay, now we've got some of the basics in place. We've got the jacket, collar, the probably vest, and some of the hair established. I want to start working on the face of Louis Riel next. So in order to do that, we're going to mix a skin tone, so our local color, and I'll paint most of that across the entire face. And then we're going to start looking at the different shadow shapes on top of it. Okay, so if that's our original, this, to make a skin color, we want to make an orange plus warm, so we'll do let me explain it here. Let's get a little more paint on it. It's like, why explain it when I can just do it, show it? start with the bigger brush. Okay, so I'm going to take my warm yellow, and I'm even going to put it where my brown is. Take a, so I have maybe like, you know, 60% warm yellow, 30% warm red here, and maybe 10% warm blue. Now I'm going to take some white. Let's do this right here. And mix white into... Sorry, I'm not on camera. White in there. Well, that's pretty good as our... Let's put a little bit more white in there. So all skin colors, no matter what race you are on Earth, is you take some warm yellow, add warm red to it, that gives you a warm orange, and then you put warm blue in to darken that color and turn it into a brown. After that, we then take white and put that into the color. And obviously you put more or less white in there for the specific skin tone you're looking for. And you add more or less blue into the color to darken it. And my main priority here is mostly just covering up any yellow. I'm painting maybe a little bit into the eyebrows, going right up to the hairline. So he looks like a little bit like a redhead or something right now. Obviously things are going to change. Just putting colors in as placeholders and things right now. Not worrying about perfection. I thought my teacup had disappeared. That is not convenient. Okay, but I will blow dry that. I'm gonna put a little bit of gray into his eyes. I'm going to take a little bit of my black. I just want a slightly off-white color. Something that's not so, like, I don't want to put pure white there, nor do I want to put like a dark gray there. So those eyes look really intense, right? We're going to make them so, but that's because they're so white. They look kind of cartoonish right now, which we don't want, but we'll keep it like that for a little bit until we get a little further down here. But now officially all of the warm yellow has been covered up. Not completely, it's still showing through in places, but that's what I want to see. Now this is where I think things start to get a little bit more fun. Now we could start putting in some shadow shapes onto this face. So we want to take like our skin tone and kind of darken it. And so we're going to take, I think we probably need to mix a bit more of this. Our brown. Get a little bit of that white in there. And then the way I like to do this is with glazing fluid. So I'm going to use some matte glazing fluid or satin glazing fluid, same thing. Put that in there. Basically what this does is it's going to make the paint more transparent, and it also has a chemical that slows the drying time down. So that's helpful because if I make a mistake, I can just wipe the color away. It also allows me to blend that color, to soften it up using another brush. So actually maybe that brush is fine. So let's bring out the original. Oops, it's just a lot of paint. He's got those pretty intense bags under his eyes there, right? So I want to try to capture that. Okay. So let's blow dry that. And we're just going to do that again. We're going to continue darkening. Just got a bit of brown right there. Let's take a little bit of a washcloth with just a little bit of water on it. Just wipe excess paint. Okay. So you can see them also darken around the hairline too, because like that area is going to be a little bit darker where there's shadow from the hair on the face. Okay. So the thing is I can add more of this to continually darken some places. Or even now that some places are starting to get a little bit darker, I realize, oh, now I need to darken some places that I hadn't yet touched, like in between the eyes, for instance. All right, so I can put some of that brown in between there, darken that area, but then also continue to darken some of these places around the eyes. Now I'm going to come in with a darker color eventually there anyway. Like the secret to doing like a really good portrait would just be to do this and just take your sweet time. Like literally, could be days of doing this. And the slow building up of these layers is what's going to create a very convincing artwork. So it looks very orange on camera. I'm sure it's not nearly as orange in person. I think it's just the way that I've got my color temperature set up on my cameras here. So let's go darker now. We've been, I want to go take some more blue So then you give us an even darker brown. So since most of the light is coming from the right side of the image, we're going to have less shadows on that right hand side. See where it kind of lightens up in the photograph. Whoa, why is that? Okay. Okay, so This is an art. We've done a painting by James Gurney in the past, and I love this little blog post that he did about the different color zones of the face. And just thinking about how your forehead, just because of the thinness of the skin up here, is a little bit more on the yellowish side. This middle zone has got a bit more of a reddish quality, and then the bottom half of the face is some cooler, grayer qualities. Right? So as we now start to kind of refine this picture, we can add a little bit more yellow up here, make this a little bit warmer, right? This is the warmth of your cheeks, and then get some of those bluer, more purpley colors, greenish colors down below. So, what should we do first? I'm going to get a bit more of the slightly warmer browns in here. So I'm taking my warm red. You know, obviously this is stuff that doesn't show up in the photograph. Because the photograph is colorized, right? So we don't expect the artist who colored that image to maybe necessarily know some of this stuff. Ears almost always really enjoy a little bit more red than maybe even feels acceptable. Okay, I'm just going to do a little bit of the opposite, take a bit of my warm yellow. A tiny bit of white as a highlight. I think I'm going to start darkening those eyes a little bit. I'm going to take this gray that I had mixed earlier. Let's get a bit more glazing fluid on there. Let's take a tiny bit of warm blue. blow dry all that. Oh, I forgot to put some warmth on his lips there. I realize that it looks a little bit strange. It looks very cartoony right now, especially with those eyes like that. So I could see why, you know, some people are like, ah, this looks terrible. I'm going to tune away. And I can see the numbers go down as the painting evolves. And I can imagine if you were making this painting, you might feel very stressed out that it's kind of lost its direction. Have faith. Have faith. I'm going to take a little bit of cool blue, a little bit of warm blue, a little bit of my black. I'm going to mix that into this color. See how it's sort of now a kind of a greenish brown? This is a great color now to put into the face, into the shadows, particularly on the bottom half of the face. That's a lot of paint on that brush. I'm also going to layer it into some of the areas around the eyes where it's going to be darker. So we've got some of those warm colors and cool colors in the same area, possibly contradicting each other a little bit. Top lip. Again, like on camera, I have no idea really what it looks like for people watching at home. In person, though, I'm really happy with the way it's turning out. So. Okay, let's just do, we'll just do one more of these, this coat. I'll still go a little bit darker even still later on with just closer to a black. Okay, I feel good about that for right now. I think do I want to do the highlights now? I think I want to do hair next. So maybe I'll back out a little bit. So let's mix a much darker brown. We'll take a lot more warm blue. So take a bunch more warm red, warm blue, a little bit of warm yellow. So it's very purpley. I'm just adding a little bit more warm yellow in there just to balance out some of those purpley qualities. Okay. So I'm just bringing my drawing that I did back into play here, so that I can just sort of think about like the direction of some of the hair as I saw it. So even though a lot of this, the photograph, the hair just appears to be just one big solid black mass, I want to try to describe a little bit of it so it doesn't just appear like a helmet or something. We want to be able to Now, the way that I like to do hair is quite stylized. Might not be everyone's cup of tea. So just sort of painting in all of these major curls into his hair. Big wavy shapes. I love doing this kind of stuff. Wavy hair. So if I want to do an even better job, I would take, you know, a good day or something just to do this hair. And I would use, you know, I could use the same brush, but I'd be going very slow, painting not necessarily every hair here, but just trying to get a little bit more accuracy. This is, you know, much more stylized. So do a little bit of the same thing here in his eyebrows. Glazing medium in here, just this paint's starting to get a little gummy. Right, so the personality is starting to come back into focus here. guess the lollies had lots of problems with the feed today. That's strange. What do I want to do now? Do I want to do more to the face, deal with those funny looking eyes, or do his clothing? Maybe let's do that. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should get a little bit further with the hair here. So let's take my dark color. I'm going to put some glazing fluid on it. And then darken blow dry that. Okay, let's take some of this black. I'm going to put that into my brown. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep those eyes kind of wild for now, and work on the clothing next here. So with this, we can do a lot of this with just like black, but I think we need to mix a new black up again. Guess we'll use a little bit more. So I'm going to take my cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow and put this together. You can see I just eyeball it. You know, I'm not concerned about getting a perfect black. I want something close enough, but that's pretty good. I like your summary, Ari, of the history there. Save everyone 45 minutes. That's great. That's great. Okay. So, well, where should we start? Let's maybe work our way with the collar down, outward. So, let's take our black. I'm going to put some glazing fluid here as well, just to make it a bit more transparent and easier to blend out. I'm going to use another, another brush. It's just a smaller, soft brush for any kind of blending that I might want to do. So it's a little ambiguous as to what his collar looked like. That's why I tried to sketch this in. You tell me if how close I am to what it might have actually looked like, but maybe I should let's just blow dry that. Okay, if we want to do any more there, we'll come back there. Let's do his collar now. I don't know, his collar is the vest, I think. I think that's what this is anyway. Maybe let's blow dry that. Okay, I think that's probably good for right now. Let's move to the jacket and get this So what I'll do now is I'm going to take some warm red, mix it into my black. Rather than just use solid black for this, because previously we were using, you know, black on the white and on the really dark black. So now we kind of want to have a different kind of more reddish black here. Go. I'll leave that for the moment. Let's do the other side while that dries. Not happy with that. So much. I'm just gonna erase that whole thing. Let's blow dry. So, you know, when I started painting that, even when I drew it, I realized, you know what, the collar looks kind of funny. And yeah, you can always say, well, that's the way it looked in the photograph. But then, you know, when a photograph of someone's collar is a little bit disheveled or whatever, we're just like, oh, that's just what it looked like. But if you do that as a painting, people are like, what's wrong with his collar? Looks like he made a terrible mistake there. Like, no, that's exactly what it looked like. It's like, yeah, okay, well, that doesn't mean it doesn't still look really weird. So once I painted that in there, it was clear to me, like, you know what? I think I've got to make some sort of adjustment here to make his kind of the collar of this jacket look less conspicuous. So even though I had it done there and it was, you know, for all intents and purposes would be totally fine, the That's something that would have driven me a little bit crazy. Looking at it like, you know, it's something awkward about that. So this gives me an opportunity to fix it. Yikes. Okay, I'm just going to go to the other side here. Okay, I might just do the exact opposite, put a little bit of a highlight on the collar or on this jacket in a few places. Let's take our warm red and some white, sorry. With our glazing fluid. If I want to use the same blending brush, I want to make sure that I'm not going to blend wet, dark paint everywhere. Actually, let's stay with this here. Or, you know, I should blow dry all that actually first. Um, oh, this is cool. A bunch of great comments here. Well, he says the English were definitely a big part of a lot of problems. I used to be surprised when I was younger when I heard other countries didn't like the English much. As I got older, I totally don't blame them. Well, it's not just the English. A lot of European countries, and even Europeans that settled in North America, like my family, have been a part of, caused all sorts of grief to the people that were living here for thousands, tens of thousands of years before us. Ari says, yes, the best we can do is remember history as individuals, perhaps educate ourselves and others when we can. I'm a big advocate for better history education in every country, for sure. And Barbara says, well, this is an excellent way to honor those who fought for justice and freedom, so we never forget. Well, he says, Michael's definitely very good at keeping the important information alive. I've learned more here than anywhere. School, history lessons, art classes combined. Ari says, we could create art to support activists, just like Michael does today. And then Ari says, Michael casually and perfectly shading that red suit where I would spend a frustrating hour getting to a mediocre result. Well, I was just thinking he's a wizard with glazing fluid. Yeah, so just a little bit of conversation about how difficult it is to use, like, glazing fluid and everything. Just remember, one thing that's great about glazing fluid is you can just make super transparent layers of paint. I'm kind of going a little bit faster, applying, maybe a bolder mixture, a higher concentration of pigment to glazing fluid. And that does make things a little bit trickier because you have to paint it quickly and you have to blend it out if you plan on blending it very quickly. But if you're afraid of it, just go very slow. Just have almost transparent layers of paint. And I mean, that's the way Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, just like almost in like dozens and dozens of almost invisible layers of paint, slowly painting, softening those edges, and you can barely see it. I mean, you could even take a picture of it so that you could see, like, am I actually oh yeah, it is lightening up ever so slightly, right? So it's it's not a race, it's not a hurry. And also, we're not aiming for perfection either. So that's maybe a little bit too subtle. I'll let that dry and come back there. It's barely visible. blow dry. Sorry. I'm just trying to build a little bit of some folds on his jacket here, just to give a little dimension. Doesn't look great on camera, but I think it looks pretty good in person. I swear it looks better in person. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this again. So we are getting pretty close to finishing. I want to just go back into the face and really specifically around the eyes. I think I'm going to darken a few other places, including the hair. But I think the eyes is what needs to be done right now, because he's got these wild eyes, and he was kind of a wild guy. So we could keep it like this, but it'll look very cartoonish. So let's bring a little bit of realism back into those features there. So there's the original. There's what we've got so far. Excuse me. So let's zoom in here. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my glazing fluid and my black paint. Maybe I should do this right here. Let's just take glazing fluid and black. Because I want to do a little bit of outlining now. But I don't want these lines to be too solid. I want them to be slightly transparent. And if I want to be able to kind of soften the edges, I can. So I was going to use this brush, but this brush looks like it's kind of dried up. So I'm going to let it sit in the water and soak. And just get another little brush with a very soft little tip. This is a very small brush that I can go in and soften details with. Okay. I think there's a fold back there. I need to wait for that paint to dry a little bit. It's kind of just all too wet there. Let's just wipe that away. Let's his top lip here. Let's darken that. Let's put in his jawline again. Oops. Let's move that up. Okay, let's put, I'm just gonna keep, oops, let's darkening the eyes a little bit more here. So I probably shouldn't have done such a hard line there in the bottom of that eye, but it's done. I mean, I could lighten it up. Maybe I'll do that with a highlight, actually. Okay, maybe before do that, let's put a little bit of some highlights in these eyes. I'm also going to take a bit of warm yellow and white just to give it a bit of maybe some sunlight. What is the... Barbara says, what paint color is Michael using on the mustache? Is that mixed black? It was black. I mean, I started obviously with brown and several layers of brown before getting to black. So I was just using all black, though, for just the last little bit. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a little bit more of this black. A little bit of glazing fluid. Maybe even a little bit of my warm blue. I'm going to take that and go into this hair again. Yeah, I should look at the original and see how close I am. Okay, I think I'm almost done here. So let's just do... Almost done. Just a few little things. I think I want to put a few highlights onto the face, and then I think I could walk away happy. I think I just need just a little bit of lightening up, maybe on the nose and the cheek a bit, but otherwise I think we're pretty good. So let's go back to the original, or this colorized version, and compare it to what we've got so far. Again, it probably looks a little bit more orange on camera, but in person I think I got the flesh tones pretty close. On this the cameras here, I bumped up the reds a little bit by like 8-10%, because it looked a little bit too cool. So for the most part it looks good, but sometimes paintings like this, it can make someone look a little bit orangey. I love how you guys encourage one another. It's so cool. Okay, what was I going... Oh yeah, highlights. That like, I know there's something I was going to do here. So let's take... I'm gonna have to mix this again. Don't need a lot, so I'm just going to take my warm red, a little bit of warm yellow, tiny bit of warm blue, and white. Whoa. I shouldn't have just put that. Okay, so let's... This might be a little bit more on the extreme end. blow dry that. There's just more white in here. Getting there, almost done. Maybe that button needs to be a little brighter, hey? I wonder what color I should paint that button. Or maybe it just should stay like that. Now, yellow would be very Métis, with the blue and the red and the yellow and green. But maybe that might be too much. Maybe it's okay. Nah. You know what? I'll do a kind of a grayish blue. Just gonna lighten it up ever so slightly. Oh yeah, I was still working on that eye, wasn't I? Okay. Ah. Okay. I was on mute, but I don't think I was talking much. Okay, so I think we've arrived at the end of our session. We're ready to wrap up. Just before we do so, just a little reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can leave a donation through PayPal, through the Super Chat, or send an e-transfer via email. My email's on the Facebook group and my website. All those links are down below in the description. And I really appreciate the support over the years that people have given to help keep this channel up and running, and to help encourage me to do more of these episodes. And considering about 70% of the people who are watching probably right now aren't subscribers, it would hugely be beneficial if all you have to do is just hit that subscribe button. Okay, so there's the original photograph, and then there's the AI colored image there. So let's put them side by side and see how we fared. I realized I could have gone a little wilder with his hair there. I think that's okay. He looks a little bit older in the image on the left, although that's 1870. He's only late 20s when that photograph is taken, but he looks so much older. He looks like he's 50 years old, and he died when he was 41. So 15 years after the photograph on the left was taken, he's executed at age 41. So you can do the math, you know, he's like in his 27 or something at the time. I mean, he looks older than I do right there. Anyway, let's see. You know, obviously I've taken some liberties with the colors here. I mean, granted that the original was in black and white, so, you know, I also feel like his face somehow got squished down as I was painting it. I'm not sure how that happened. I think it might be just I might have widened the face accidentally when maybe I could push it in and make it a little bit more narrow. I could have also really darkened his kind of jowly sides of his cheeks there. That would have given him a little bit, you know, that kind of 5 o'clock shadow kind of thing. Would also make him look a little bit older and a little bit less baby face that I've got in mind. Okay. Let's we'll go zip right in. So, oops. It's kind of hard to tell what was really going on in there. I've tried my best to kind of clarify things, but you know, as I said, like, I think this side of his jacket was more visible than the other side, oddly enough, because there was so much light. So I couldn't quite figure out what was going on there. I might have, you know, again, I made a decision to kind of change this so that it mirrors the collar on the other side, even though in the photograph they don't. So if you're wondering why there's that discrepancy, it's just to try to, I don't really want people spending time thinking about the collar and if I did it right or wrong. Or, you know, that's not really the focus of the painting. Let's see. You know, his shirt collar here. I thought it was some sort of bow or something that he had there. But again, the originals there, they're so obscure, it's hard to kind of, you tell me what he's wearing there. Right. I like how the button and all this kind of turned out. I think I'm happy with that. So let's just zoom up here. Look at the face. I guess we can zoom in a bit more. You know, for about 4 hours of work, I think that's pretty good. Obviously, we could get more, you know, mine looks pretty smooth right now. Like, you know, again, I think if we had a little bit darker areas under here, I think we would get a little bit more detail. You know, he's got these little, you know, wrinkled crow's feet, I guess you'd say, around his eyes. Mine just, he looks a little, he's retaining some water or something, right? How about we'll just look at the hair. Yeah, I mean, no, that's fine, whatever. Right there. You know, obviously, I've really stylized this hair with, you know, all of these very visible brush strokes. But that's also kind of my style. It's kind of way that I like to draw it and paint it. So, I mean, I could possibly have gone in and added a little bit of highlights in there, but I basically kind of kept my Imprimatura there and just used that as, or I painted a brown over top of the Imprimatura, but it basically became kind of like a classical Imprimatura with that warm brick red kind of color there. So, also, you know, in the original, he looks a little bit more severe. I think probably that eyebrow coming up would have made a bit of a difference. He also appears like his head is pulled back, like, so it really accentuates a double chin there. I think that's probably because of the armature that people had to have when they got their photographs taken at this point in time to keep them as still and steady as possible so they wouldn't blur. Also, I see, like, you know, he's kind of, you know, in my picture, his face, his expression is quite relaxed, whereas in the original, the more I look at it, I see it's not really a smile so much as he's kind of just pulling the corners of his teeth or of his lips in. Anyway, not a big deal, but it's just, you know, it's kind of interesting to see those differences and how they play out. Okay, everyone, thank you for painting along with me today. It's been great to see you on Louis Riel Day and making a painting of the infamous and heroic Louis Riel on the day that celebrates him. And yeah, I think that turned out pretty good. Okay, so we'll be gathered here tomorrow. I can't even remember what we're painting tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow evening, same time, same place. Have a wonderful evening, great morning, wherever you happen to be on our beautiful planet. You're doing the world a favor by making art, so don't give up. Keep at it. Thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, good night.